Hey. Hello. Test, test. 1, 2. Hello. Yeah, this one's weird where it's not as loud, but if you go on this one, this one actually, you can hear. Yeah. No, this other one we gotta figure stuff out with. I think. Down here. I don't think we're gonna have time going through some of this stuff, but slide fixes. Okay. Okay, Kartini, I got it right this time. Yeah, making sure that. Okay, let's see if everything looks good. Yes, they came through this time. Sick. Okay, it's all there. That's the fun part. No, you'll do good. But we'll probably honestly you can go shorter than that. You can go as long as you want. No, it's honestly when you start talking, and I think I learned this in public speaking. Even if you think you're like, oh, I've been doing this for 10 minutes, you look at your timer, you're like, oh shit, it's only been like 2 minutes. Then there's like a point of like either like it's worse with ones where it's like we need you to fill like a 5 minute time, and you're like it's done. But in this case, it's like yeah, if you do it quickly, then it's more time for questions. And then honestly, if there's no one asking anything, then it's like okay, everyone have a good lunch. Bye. I'll see you in a bit. So, it's like usually, I mean, the best part about it too is it's about yourself, and it's just kind of like you can always just start kind of going into like a ramble, being like, I can talk about this, you know. And that's the part. I mean, the best part is us. If people are here for you because they're really interested what you gotta say or what stuff going on. So that's kind of like you have an audience that wants to sit there and get it. That's cool. So once you start getting the back and forth, then it starts like the kind of flow starts working, and it's like, oh, okay, now we're kind of going back and forth. This feels good. So we'll leave this stuff down here. We'll probably come closer to time, like when it's close to time. Maybe we might be mic'd up. I don't know. Only it's just for recording purposes for later. Yeah, it would just maybe. I don't know. I don't think we've done it. I'm not second. So if someone comes down and asks to put a thing there, you'll be fine. It's just for when we go back and do the lecture, it gives us better audio to work with than the camera audio. Um, but yeah, no, we'll probably run. We'll just kind of touch base, make sure everything's good and working. Microphone. Let me run this real quick. We may be using this one. I don't know about that one. That one's kind of weird. But yeah, so when you want to talk into it, like you can talk. Well, this one's pretty loud, so you won't have to worry. But when you talk like this, then it really projects through. So, but yeah, the thing I was talking about with what happens with a lot of it just can happen because when you get in the flow is when you start getting the flow, and then it starts going like that. Yeah. So, but it's I think with this one how loud, as long as you keep it like right here around here, you should be fine. Oh yeah, oh yeah, and I think honestly, and honestly, yeah. Usually, if it's kind of the case, or you have Serena or something like, doing that, if it's like that. But yeah, no, just focus on that. Don't worry too much about the other things. We'll usually pick up the pieces there when we need to. So you're in good hands. But I think that's it for my thing. I'm gonna leave this stuff down here. Probably close to like 12:40ish. We'll probably just
Hey, welcome into the hot shop, you guys. Feel free to sit down or hang out wherever you like. So we have a visiting artist today. I just wanted to basically give you a little spiel about who she is and what we have going on. Up on the screen, we'll have a slideshow going of our visiting artist's work, and her name is Kartini Thomas. She's the one in the center of the hot shop in the blue shirt. And this is the last day of her, I think, 5-day residency here at the Museum of Glass. And as you can see, she's making a lot of creatures, like you see up on the screen, and down on the front cart and pedestals. So luckily, we have some finished pieces to show off to you guys. And we're actually making a hat for this creature right here. And we're practicing some of the shapes right now, kind of in preparation for that, out of clear glass. Hey, welcome into the hot shop, you guys. Hi. We have a visiting artist today, Kartini Thomas, and she's actually right next to me in the front with the blue shirt. So she's the designer behind all of the work that you're going to be seeing made in the hot shop and that you already see made out in the front right here. She is here for a full week residency, and today is the last day of that residency, sadly. But what that means is that we will have an artist talk at 1 p.m. So she'll come up to the front, she'll take the microphone, she'll talk about her inspirations and her background as an artist, kind of go more in depth than I can. And yeah, we're going to be making a hat for this creature right here on the front cart. And we'll be using some interesting techniques for this that I'll make sure to point out as we go along. Yeah, this one specifically. So this is just solid clear glass right here at the center bench. There's no color in this quite yet. We'll see a couple of different methods of adding color today. One interesting method that we don't see very often is using cane, which we just pulled this morning, basically a long stick of colored glass. We pull it out, and then we cut it up into these segments, just like this on the front pedestal, kind of pencil length, pencil width. And we use it for striping. So that's how we got all of the texture for these pieces right here. So we took our clear glass, we stuffed it into a mold, basically just getting these ridges all the way around the side of the bubble. Then when we sit down, we want to push this into more of an oval shape. Yeah, the best way to describe this piece that they're working on right now, they're trying to make these two like ears to go on either side of the hat. And I guess to point this out, we have a drawing right here on the metal shield in front of where they're working. The drawing up at the top is what we're working on. And that's why we have this yellow prepped as well. This will be used for the hat eventually, but I think that they're more so just kind of practicing with clear at the moment to make sure that they have the shape down before they use the color. And luckily, with our clear glass, we can reuse it by breaking it off into designated buckets that we have throughout the room, like this one right here. And we could just crush it up and reuse it. So that's why we often use clear to practice. It's just we end up reusing it, and there's no waste if we're not happy with it. So I know they did this all pretty quickly, but they started a new piece, or a new gather, and then they picked up arcane, again, those sticks of colored glass, and they had to preheat those before they could pick them up. Hot will stick to hot. That's the best way to describe how we attach things in the hot shop here. And now that we have those stick straight stripes, we could do so many different things with it from this point. It looks like we're twisting it in one direction at the moment, so we will have a spiral of that yellow color going all the way to the end, which is what was done for the body of these pieces both. Hey, welcome to everyone who just joined in. Yeah, feel free to hang out wherever you like. I'm just going to give an introduction as to who we have here and what we have going on. Just give you a general overview. So we have a visiting artist in the hot shop today. Her name's Kartini Thomas. And she's the one in the blue shirt, kind of in the center of the hot shop right here. And everyone else is working for the museum. Their job is to help the visiting artists that come through. And this is the last day of our visiting artist residency for Kartini. But what that means, although it's sad, is that we get an artist lecture, an artist talk at 1 p.m. So she's actually going to come to the front. She's going to take the microphone, and she's going to talk about herself as an artist, her inspirations, kind of the storyline of how she got here. So that'll be really nice. She'll go more in depth than I can on her own work, of course. So we are working on a piece of glass that's actually going to be combined with something that's already made. This piece right here, we're making something like a hat for this piece. And we're making these ears that'll be attached to the hat. Luckily, we do have this drawn out right here on this metal shield in front of where they're going to be working. That image all the way at the top there, that's exactly what we're working on. You can kind of see the yellow ears sticking out to the sides at the top. And could we have our visiting artist slideshow on the screen, please? Thank you. There's an even closer drawing of it right there on the right. So our visiting artist is actually a ceramic artist, and people are often surprised by this, but we frequently will have artists that come through that don't work with glass as a main medium, or even sometimes people who have never worked with glass at all. Kartini will be working with fused glass, and she'll be incorporating glass in her pieces, kind of like you see all of our finished pieces out on the front, and this one right here, which was made outside of our studio. But again, what I was getting at here is we'll have visiting artists that come through, and that is the job of the team here. They take the visiting artists' dreams and designs and they bring them all to life in our hot shop. And you could think of it as maybe like a chef and sous chefs or a conductor of an orchestra. You know, our visiting artist is still the brains behind everything going on down here. So this piece right here at the center bench, this is eventually going to become, I believe, the ears for our hat. We were just practicing the ears before you guys came in. So that's a good question, and I think I'll actually give an entire little overview of the hot shop, just in case some of you guys haven't been in one before. But we have many pieces of equipment that we're going to be working with throughout the day. One of the pieces of equipment that we're going to be working with the most is in front of the bench right here, this large open face furnace. And it runs between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. We do have two of them on at the moment, one right here and then one over on the left. And this is actually just so we can work at two places at the same time, by the way. So it's not exactly a huge difference in temperature or anything. It may be slight, but. And then we also have a really important piece of equipment. This is where all of our projects start. And that is the tank with the closed door right here. This one has a do not open sign on it. And then we have one on the right as well. But these are our glass furnaces that actually hold molten glass inside of a ceramic crucible in the base of it. So the way we start our projects is we just take a pipe that's been heated up at the end, and we just dip it into the glass and twist it, kind of like we're picking up honey out of a pot. So this is mostly clear glass right here at the center bench. It's entirely clear all the way through. We just have a little bit of yellow striping close to the surface. So when it comes to the glass furnaces, those actually have to stay on 24/7. They always have to be running. So those, luckily, they maintain the heat really well with the closed doors and that good insulation. But everything else, like these, what we're using to reheat the glass, this will cool down and then we'll heat it back up maybe an hour or so before we get started again. So it's a pretty quick startup in the morning. Oh, and this is our next step right here. So we have that spiraling striping of yellow already. We stuffed the glass into a mold on the floor. This mold is just giving us ridges all the way around the side of the glass. And then we'll sit down at the bench and we'll spin this, kind of flatten it out. We're turning it into one of those ears. The shape is definitely hard to describe. So first thing they do, they flatten it out. And then Alex is actually taking some tweezers and he's pushing in to create more of an oval shape. And we just have to give it a nudge in the right direction. So once we have a little bit of an oval shape, they start heating this up and spinning faster and faster, and that's going to flare it out. And because we have two ends that are further out, it's going to pull out really far, kind of lengthen it. Yeah, so as you're seeing, with careful heating and that rapid spinning of the pipe, we're slowly flaring this out further and further. And I did hear them talking earlier, I can't remember if they're going to cut this in half to create two ears out of one. This would be really helpful too, because then we would have the exact same coloring and patterning on both sides. There wouldn't be any discrepancies between the two. And for those who are just joining in, I just wanted to reintroduce what we have going on briefly, and then I'll hop back into explaining the process as they continue. But we have a visiting artist, Kartini Thomas, and she's the one in the blue shirt down in the center of the hot shop right here. And we're actually working on the piece that is drawn on the metal shield right in front of where we're heating this glass up, that top drawing there. These yellow sort of bunny ear shapes, that's what we're working on right now. Yeah, we're making the ears for a hat that's actually going to go literally on top of this piece right here. Oh yeah, and I guess I haven't described this yet, but of course this is a finished piece. This is going to have to be ground and polished off right here, this excess bit of clear. But eventually, this will be like cold assembled, so the hat will just kind of be set on top, and you could technically remove it as well. It's not going to be fused together in the hot shop. We won't heat this back up. But yeah, our visiting artist has been here for a full residency, and this is the last day of that residency. And what that means is we're going to have an artist talk or an artist lecture at 1 p.m. She'll come up to the front, she'll take the mic, and she'll talk about her background as an artist and how she got here and her inspirations behind the work that you're seeing, which we have a ton of pieces that we've made throughout the week on the cart here, on the front pedestal, and on this table over to your left. And then this is a piece that was made outside of our hot shop, by the way, right here on this front pedestal. And you're welcome to take a closer look at any of these by coming down to the front of the stairs. And it looks like we'll be adding some small details using this stringer, which is a little bit self-explanatory. It's a strand of colored glass. We heat up the very end of this using a smaller torch and use it almost like a pencil, you can imagine. Wherever it touches down on the surface of the piece, it's going to leave glass behind. And this is called flame working. It's a very detail-oriented way of working with glass, very small scale. Yeah, could we have our slideshow up on the screen? I want to show off the image of what we're making. almost. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, this one. So we're making the ears for the hat for this creature, which we actually already have right here on the cart, just in case anyone missed that earlier. So yeah, we were just adding all those little dots by hand that you see. Thank you. So yeah, Kartini was telling me that they're going to be cutting the ends of this off to form the two ears. So technically that middle section will remain attached to this pipe here. We just need those end sections. We'll cut off the amount we need. So whenever we need to work on a different section of the piece, we bring over a second pipe with a little bit of clear glass as an attachment. And then again, hot will stick to hot. This glass, even though it seemed solid at the center bench, was still at just about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is why you never touch anything in the hot shop unless you know that it's cold. Because it looks cold, right? And you hit it with a tool and it makes the tink-tink sound, but yeah, so we attached this second pipe, we broke it off of the first pipe, and now we can focus on heating up and then eventually cutting this entirely in half. And I think enough new people have joined in that I want to give just one more brief overview, catch everyone up. And luckily I have a little bit of time as we're heating this up to cut it in half. So we have a visiting artist today. Her name is Kartini Thomas, and she's the one in the center of the hot shop with a blue shirt. Everyone else on the floor is working for the museum, and they basically will help bring the visiting artist's visions and designs to life. So this is the last day of Kartini's residency. She's been here for a full residency, which is 5 days, or the full week that we're open here at the museum. And when we have the last day, we always have the artists come up in the front. They take the mic, and they actually have an artist talk or an artist lecture. They talk about how they got here, where we see them now. They talk about their inspirations behind their work. It's a really nice time to ask them questions about themselves. So that's going to be happening at 1 p.m. Definitely return for that if you can. And we also, if you weren't able to make previous days, but you wanted to see how this was made, for example, the first part to what we're, continuing right now, we have a live stream that we run every single day that we're on the hot shop floor. And you could just go onto our YouTube channel and you could pull up old live streams, no matter how far back they are. Years back, we save every single time that we're down on the hot shop floor. And it looks like we've heated this up enough that we can start to cut it in half. And then we go ahead and attach a second pipe to this second half as well. And so now we have our 2 ears. And what we'll most likely do is we'll keep these warm, and eventually we'll kind of just set them aside to stay at a healthy temperature of 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit inside of this silver box right here called the garage. There's a flame in the corner inside of it. And then we can work on the overall hat itself and then eventually attach those ears to the outside of the hat. So this piece that we're working on, again, it does have to fit over top of this. So we have some pretty specific measurements that we're trying to hit to make sure that the ears are proportional to the hat. And then, of course, the hat is proportional and will fit over top of this entire top section here. So actually, this is like, how do I describe this? This is what the top of this creature looked like before they attached it to the rest of the body. This is made using the same techniques we've already been seeing, where they stuff the glass in a mold and then they flare it out pretty quick. And then while it was still hot, they formed that into a cup shape. And Gabe was telling me that he then blew this bubble with the blue striping on it and stuffed it inside of that cup and blew it. So kind of a complex technique. I think this was maybe practice. I'm not sure if it's going to be used for something in the future, or maybe just like reference, or maybe showing the process. I'm sure they felt it was too pretty to toss, though. And welcome into the hot shop to everyone who just joined in. Right now we're working on, actually, could I have the image of what we're working on? So we're working on a hat for this creature right here that we actually have finished on the cart. And this is the drawing for it up on the screen right here. I was just briefly describing part of the process as you guys were coming in, or maybe right after. And basically, we're creating these ears at the moment, which are on either side of the hat. That's what we have at the center bench and the left bench at this moment. We'll eventually set them aside and then create the hat itself and then attach the ears to either side. So it's a multi-step process, multi-part piece that we're making right now. And this is not going to be attached hot to the finished piece right here, not attached hot in the hot shop. Instead, it'll be more so just like set on top of it as a finished piece. Yeah, I know, it's a cute creature. Designed by our visiting artist, Kartini Thomas. She's the one in the blue shirt. You'll see her walking around and checking in on the different benches throughout the day. And we can see the rest of the slideshow. Thank you. So we'll have some other slides playing up on the screen. These are some previously made pieces, some other sketches for the residency. And we actually have a lot of these finished pieces already down on the front tables and pedestals and this cart right here, of course. We are also going to see another one of these guys made in the second half of the day. And most importantly, I've been making sure to mention to any newcomers coming through that we will have an artist lecture at 1 p.m. And this is the opportunity for you guys to hear from our artist herself and hear about her inspirations behind her work and, you know, how she got here in this hot shop this day. Thank you. And feel free to ask any questions as we go along as well. I'll be scanning the crowd and making sure I don't miss any raised hands. So it looks like we just set our first ear aside in the garage. This silver box right here stays at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And it's basically like putting the piece of glass on pause. So we'll be able to pull that back out in a bit and then attach it to something else. And we're still finishing off one of those ears on the left bench. But we're going to start preparing for the hat that we're going to attach them to overall right here at the center bench. So you guys are going to see how we get the color in the glass for these specific pieces that have all this striping on it. And that has to do with cane, these sticks of colored glass right here that we pulled this morning. We basically just lay these pieces of cane out on this metal tray with grooves to hold them in place. And then we heat them up enough that they'll stick to another piece of glass, roll that piece of glass over top of them. We end up with striping. You'll see it all play out right in front of you here at the center bench. Yeah, so I got some good questions about our visiting artist, and I can talk about her a little bit. Again, she will be talking more about herself at about 1 p.m. when we have our artist lecture. But our visiting artist, Kartini Thomas, will have her slideshow going in the background for those who just joined us. But she has a studio in France that she works in, and she's been working there for 20 years. And she is a ceramic artist for the most part. But she's been working with glass quite a bit over the last few weeks. She just had a residency at Pilchuck Glass School, which is a glass school 2 hours north of us. And then she came down here to basically continue to work with glass even further and, bring her different designs, translate them into glass. And we also have a really good example of different kinds of glass work right here as well. So you can hand bend these tubes of glass and turn them into neon. That's how neon lights have been made for a long time, or how they used to be made more frequently, is they would actually bend the tubing by hand and then fill it with gas and then electrodes on either end. It's really cool. And then we also have this example of some fused glass up on top that the light is shining through. And the fused glass is something that Kartini said she's going to continue to work with in her studio back in France, something that she could probably put in her kiln and fire to fuse all the glass together. The kiln that she would use for ceramics, she can also use for glass, because if you didn't know, ceramic pieces actually fire to a pretty high temperature as well. It's mostly silica in the clay and, of course, the glaze. So they can be similar in some ways that way. Oh yeah, so it looks like we've laid out our cane on that metal tray. And eventually we'll start preheating this, heating it up lightly. We'll roll a bubble of clear glass over top of it. So we are actually going to see some glass blowing and some glass sculpting throughout the day, on and off, and then bring these pieces together. Thank you. Oh yeah, could I have the cane pulling video, please? So I wanted to show off this video, which will show you how we get these sticks of colored glass in the first place. It's a pretty satisfying process, but we did it briefly this morning just to make these yellow pieces of cane in particular. So we start off with colored glass, basically directly on the end of our pipe, and I'll show you an example of this later. Which we then usually wrap in a couple of layers of clear glass before stretching in between two pipes. And the piece that they were pulling earlier was actually so long that they were running out of space. And they were really just all the way across the entire front of the hot shop, pulling this piece of cane out. And then we lay this across these wooden ladders to cool, and so it doesn't touch the cold concrete and break, before breaking it into these smaller, usually pencil length pieces of glass. And then we take our bubble of glass and we roll it up over top of all of the cane. So this is the part of the process that you guys are going to see. And then we blow it out into its final form. And there's so many different things that we can do with cane. We can leave it stick straight. We can give it a twist, and then we'll end up with a swirl of colors around a piece. Or we can zigzag it, so on. You can do pretty much anything you can imagine with it. Now, do we have an image of color bar that I can show off? Because I don't have any examples at the moment. So this is color bar right here on the screen. This is how we get most of our colors shipped in. It's just solid colored glass through and through. It's different chemicals, different chemical metal oxides, minerals, and just metals in general that are mixed into clear glass to get these different colors. We take this, we heat it up to 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and then we melt it down and use it basically just these individual little chunks at a time. Thank you. Yeah, we always let the glass cool down in between different layers. So we're going to let this cool down. We'll gather clear glass again. And we're trying to hit a certain size. You'll see us using these tools to measure the glass here and there. don't see it right now. Okay, I think it's at the bench, but we have something called a pi divider. So we measure the size of the bubble, and then the opposite side is going to be like 3.14, continue times longer than the bubble's width. And that is the length of the cane. So we measure the cane, and then we have to create a perfect size bubble to go within it. And just to give a reintroduction to the hot shop, this is where we're getting our glass in the first place. This tank with the closed door has a large crucible filled with clear molten glass at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's the upper end of the temperatures of the glass. It's completely molten to the texture of honey at that temperature. And any glass that falls into that bucket that we just dripped a little bit of glass into, it's all going to be crushed up and completely reused by throwing it back into the furnace. Oh, and don't worry, you're not missing anything special over here. Just a pipe cooler, trough of water that we set the pipe into. So now we have just stick straight stripes of yellow on a clear bubble. And with most of these pieces, as you see right here on the cart, we have been taking that glass, we've been twisting it or altering it in some sort of way. So we'll see if they change this up. And I think enough new people joined in that you all need an introduction again as to who's here and what we have going on in general. So we have a visiting artist. Her name is Kartini Thomas, and she's the one in the blue shirt right here in the center of the hot shop. Everyone else on the floor, they work for the museum, and they help visiting artists that come through like her today. And Kartini's actually been here for a full week residency, starting on Wednesday, going through Sunday, meaning today is the last day. And although that is sad, we want our artists around here longer, we have an artist lecture on the last day of the residency. So our visiting artist will come up to the front, she'll take the mic from me, and she'll talk about how she got here and her inspirations behind her work, all of that at 1 p.m. So about an hour from now, she'll give you that whole background, much better than I can. Now, as for the work itself, could we have an image of what we're working on the screen, please? So that might take just a second, but I also can point out a physical picture of what we're working on, which is the drawing that's the highest up on the metal shield right in front of where we're working and heating up the glass. Oh, there we go. And now we have it on the screen as well. So this piece right here, we technically have the majority of it made already, which is this piece on the cart. We're making the hat that's going to go on top, though, out of yellow glass. So this is the actual hat itself that'll sit rest on the top of this piece. And then we have the 2 ears that we already made. They're just sitting and staying warm inside of that silver box right now. So we'll pull those out and attach them when we're ready. Thank you. And we will be seeing a completely different project in the second half of the day. We will most likely see a piece like this on the front pedestal made. So frequently when we're working with cane, you'll see us cut the end of the bubble or the piece off, maybe even more than once. And this is to get all of those lines to a perfect point on the end. Those lines didn't originally come all the way to the end of the piece. So now that we've cut off a little bit of that excess glass, we'll be able to start working with this further. This will have to be blown out quite a bit to get it to the size we need to fit over top of this finished piece right here. So we may even gather some layers of clear over top of what we have right now just to get enough mass. Oh, and just to point this out in case anyone didn't think of it, if you have questions, feel free to just grab my attention and I'll come right over to answer them. Yeah, so it seems like we're letting this sit and cool down for a little bit, and then we'll start to gather up another layer of clear glass, just to get enough mass to blow this out as far as we need. So for those who haven't seen it yet, we do have this large tank with a closed door. We have one of these on either side of our hot shop, and this is specifically a glass furnace. So it actually holds molten clear glass inside of it, specifically clear glass. We add our color through other ways. And we just pick it up a lot like honey, twisting our pipe in that molten material. This is specifically a strip gather, where we let some of the glass strip or drip off the end of the pipe, just giving us a clear coat or a partial gather. So the glass that we dripped off into the bucket is actually completely reused. So we just crush it up and we throw it back into the furnace to melt it down again, which is why we have those buckets out, to keep all that off the floor. Anything that falls on the floor is going to pick up debris, but anything in that bucket we can just reuse. And each time we get a fresh gather of clear glass, we'll heat this up. We'll use a block, which is a wooden spoon-shaped tool that is kept saturated in water to kind of smooth and even this glass out. And then another new tool, this pad in Gabe's hand is actually just folded up newspaper. And we'll just splash it with a little bit of water, and it conforms to the shape of our hand. So we're basically using our hands to shape the glass right here. It's the only way we can do it. So we're using the papers to guide which way we want the bubble to blow out, and this is when we're going to do the most blowing right here. We're trying to thin out the area around the pipe first and leave a little bit of thickness at the end. Yeah, this area tends to be pretty hot, so we don't want to thin it out so much that it breaks. And we've just preheated the jacks, which are these two metal blades that we've run beeswax over. This is one of the tools, one of the few tools that we actually use beeswax on. And then we start on the jack line. So this is a really important moment. We're squeezing down, creating a weak point or a breaking point, and we'll break the piece off from here once we have it fully blown out. And I get questions a lot about why we use this torch right here. If we have another way of heating up the glass, why do we use this torch? So this will heat up sections of glass at a time. We're kind of pinpointing heat to one area, this time the shoulder of the piece, and blowing that out, leaving the bottom thick. And then we give everything an overall heat using our open face furnace, which, by the way, both of these pieces of equipment run around the same temperature, 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But yeah, just they have different jobs, heating up one area versus heating up the whole thing. And nothing can drop below 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in our hot shop. If it does, then it has a high risk of breaking from thermal shock. And can I have the image of what we're working on, please? Thank you. So for those who just joined in, this is what we're working on right now. This is designed by our visiting artist, Kartini Thomas. She's the one in the blue shirt on the right side of the hot shop at the moment. Everyone else on the floor is working for the museum, and they help bring these visions, drawings, ideas to life in the hot shop. And we actually already have the entire piece overall made. This is the body of the piece right here on the cart, and we're just making the yellow hat that'll be sitting on top. So this is the overall hat itself that we're blowing out right now. We already have the ears for the hat made, and we'll just attach those to the sides once we have the rest of it ready. Thank you. And at 1 p.m., our visiting artist is going to come to the front. She's going to talk on the microphone about her inspirations behind her work and herself as an artist, how she got here today. Yeah, so the Museum of Glass has a YouTube channel, so it's on YouTube, which you can pull up either just, in your browser or from an app. And we live stream every time we're on the hot shop floor. So if you go onto the YouTube channel now, I think the logo itself will have like a red line around it, which shows that we're live. You'll click on it, and then you can open it up that way. Or you can go to the live button, and that shows all of the previous live streams permanently saved there as well. So I was bringing that up earlier because our visiting artist has been here for a total of 5 days. So I was saying, if you're curious about the piece right here being made, then you can pull that up and watch them make this piece. And then you can watch us make this one right here in person, and then eventually you'll know the two of these are coming together. So you'll have the whole background of everything for this one piece. So this piece right here was apparently like a 2-day process. They made all of these smaller pieces right here on the ends of the tentacles on Wednesday, which was the first day of the residency. And then on Thursday, they made everything else and attached it all together. So I would say Thursday, watching that one where they actually put everything together would be the most important part. Yeah. And then at a certain point, we'll start heating up this glass that we're not even working with. It's actually the glass that's connecting the piece to the pipe. This area tends to get coldest fastest because it's furthest away from the heat as we're going into the furnace, and it's the first thing coming out as we're pulling out. The pipe is also sucking heat out of the glass as we go along. So just all those things combined, we don't want this cracking and popping off. So we'll put a little extra heat in it. It's a little bit hard to see unless you're standing closer, or right now when they're turning slowly, you can actually see the striping of yellow in the piece now. And this is a relatively accurate color to the final product. I would say definitely compare it to the yellow that's on the arms and underneath inside of this piece. So pretty soon here, we're going to be bringing over a second pipe and attaching it right to the center at the top of this piece. And this will allow us to break the entire piece off of the pipe that we built it off of in the first place. Basically just kind of flipping the orientation of the piece. We do eventually need to open this end up that's attached to the pipe right now. So we bring that over. It's a pretty hot connection, so we're able to really reshape this connection by digging another line in and just weakening this connection, making it easier to break off at the very end. And then to break the piece off, we use some water. We thermal shock the connection, and then we just tap the pipe, which sends a little vibration to those small cracks. And just like that, we've flipped the orientation of the piece. So because this was just broken off of a blowpipe, we have a small opening right where we broke it off that we can go on the inside of and then just start lifting up the wall and flaring that opening out. So this is basically along the same lines of making any blown piece in the hot shop, whether it be a bowl, a cup, a vase. We always blow the bottom out first, or the end that's not going to be open, and then we attach a second pipe to that end, and then we pop it off and open up from that small opening. Oh yeah, just a reminder, because I know some new people have joined in here and there. We have these ears, these other two small components that we're going to be attaching to this piece. They're sitting inside of this silver box called the garage at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, basically like keeping the glass on pause, just warm enough to not break. So if you see us randomly appearing with something, or if we randomly walk around the corner and then kind of disappear with something, it's usually going in or out of this box right here. And we're using a couple of blades. These are a little bit different than what we were working with earlier. We were working with those two metal blades very frequently earlier. Those are called the jacks. These are called Protuberances, and they have two wooden blades. We use these when we don't want to gouge or scrape or create any lines on accident with those metal blades, especially closer to the end of a finished product. We'll use these blades. So yeah, we use them to squeeze in this divot. The piece is supposed to have kind of this bubbliness to it, or maybe layering, folding. So we've still got a decent bit of time here, but I wanted to point out one more time for anyone that didn't hear this that we have an artist lecture at 1 p.m. or an artist talk. So our visiting artist herself, she'll come up to the front and she'll talk about her inspiration behind her designs and her works, and she'll talk about herself as an artist, maybe how she got here to the Museum of Glass. And again, we have Kartini Thomas. She's the one in the blue shirt. She's the designer behind all the work that we're seeing here. And then everyone else, they work for the Museum of Glass. They help visiting artists that come through. So it looks like we're actually going to do a little size check with the piece that's already been made right here in the front. Yeah, just a brief little touch. Yeah, if you didn't know, thermal shock works in both ways. So you could heat up a piece of glass too quickly to the point that it breaks, and you can also cool down a piece of glass too quickly to the point that it breaks. A good example of this is videos online of people pouring boiling water on their windshields to try and defrost them, and then the windshield just shatters. So we actually have to be careful doing that little size check. Do it very briefly, make sure it doesn't touch the glass too much. And can we have the image of what we're working on real quick, please? So one more time for those who haven't seen it yet, this is the design that we are going off of for this finished piece. So again, the body is already finished right here on the front cart, and we're just making this yellow hat with the yellow ears. We already have those yellow ears. We'll attach those soon once we are satisfied with this shape. Thank you. And that's just the project for the first half of the day. So we should finish this just at about 1 p.m. and then we'll have our artist talk. And then the second half of the day, we're going to see a creature like the one on the front pedestal right there made and finished as well. I think they'll just be using a different color scheme. So now they just have to keep this piece of glass warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And it looks like we're preparing to pull the ears out of the garage and attach those one by one. And the most likely way we'll see them attach them is by using this really hot handheld torch. It has a really small but hot flame up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And again, the molten glass itself, texture of honey, sits at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's over double the heat of even the molten glass, meaning that we can very quickly heat up just a small section and attach it without worrying about heating up the whole thing and then the whole thing's moving and we lose our shape. Ooh, actually, so these are some pieces that were prepared on an earlier day, and I think these are the eyes that we're attaching right now. So I guess we'll have quite a few things to attach right now, all these little details. But we always save these for last, just in case anyone was wondering. We don't want to attach these too early. Otherwise, everything starts to melt and move around while we're working on different parts of the piece. So once we attach all of these different things, then you know that we're done with this piece. We'll use a corkwood paddle to push everything flat. So really insulating and gentle material to use on the glass so it doesn't create any marks or distortions. So next, it sounds like we'll be pulling out those ears and attaching those. And this is why it's important to have two different benches to work on as well. So we'll pull those ears out, but they're attached to their own individual pipes. So we'll have to heat them up on the end of the pipe and then bring it over. And again, these two different places that we're working at, they are pretty similar to each other, running around the same temperature, 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. Just slightly smaller place to heat up the glass over on the left. So we often work at the center bench where we have a larger space. So we bring our first ear over. This is just a size check. It's not quite hot enough to attach it yet. So just as a reminder for anyone who's joined in more recently, we do have our artist talk at 1 p.m. It's looking like we are going to run just a little bit past 1 p.m. with putting this together, but as soon as we finish this piece, then our visiting artist will be able to come to the front and take over the mic and talk about herself as an artist and her inspirations, her background. And again, that's Kartini Thomas. She's the one in the blue shirt closer to the front right now. That's our visiting artist. Yeah, we always have these artist talks on the last day of the residency. So now we are actually ready to attach this ear. And as soon as that's attached, they just disconnect this smaller pipe, leaving us with the two pieces together. So now it's just one final ear, and then this piece is pretty much done. Also, where we connected the ear to the pipe, there's this little bit of clear glass we might have to clean up off of the ear, but it's pretty much it right there. And the colors of this piece will change a little bit as it cools down overnight. This is something I'm making sure to point out throughout the day. So right now it looks very orange, but when it cools down, it's going to become a bright kind of lemon yellow, like some of the smaller details on this piece to the right on the cart. And with our second ear attached, we have all the components assembled. Just a little bit of cleanup, maybe some straightening up to do, and then this piece will be broken off and put away. Now, when we put this piece away, this will go inside of our annealer. I'm trying to figure out which one we're using. I think that one over there, this large black box over on the far wall. And this is going to sit at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit throughout the day. We load pieces inside of it. When we finish them, they're kept at that warm temperature. Then we press a button and it slowly cools down from that temperature to basically room temperature overnight. It's about a 12-hour cycle. And yes, it's required. If we cool the glass too quickly, it'll start to crack and break from thermal shock. So one last quick introduction as to what we have going on, and then pretty soon here we'll have our artist talk. So for those who recently joined in, welcome into the hot shop, first of all. We have a visiting artist, Kartini Thomas, and she's going to be introduced properly, and then she'll come up to the front and talk about her work and her inspirations. She's the one in the blue shirt just behind me. Everyone else down on the hot shop floor, they work for the museum, and they help the visiting artists that come through bring their visions, their designs to life. So we have tons of pieces that we've made over the last few days. The residency started on Wednesday, so we have the ones on the cart and the one on the pedestal. Specifically, the one on the left of the cart is going to be incorporated with the piece that we're making right now. So this is like a hat that's going to go on top of this piece that's already been made right here on the cart. And we're pretty much done with this piece. We're just adding some kind of finishing touches. And then we'll break this off and put it away. We always have an artist talk on the final day of the residency, so if you look forward to any in the future, definitely check out the final day of the residency for the artist talk, where you hear the artists actually speak about their work. And then once we're happy with the piece like this, we'll start torching the glass that's connecting the piece to the pipe until we see some movement in just that connection. And then we apply our water, crack it off, and put it away. You can always tell when we're getting ready to break something off because you'll see somebody get suited up with these big Kevlar gloves, which are apparently the same material as like firefighting suits. And we actually use these to carry the piece to be put away. We break the piece off at the bench. Now it's just this one final move, applying a little bit of water. And then a tap of the pipe. And that pops off. Let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. Thank you, everyone. And safely in the annealer it goes, not to be seen again until tomorrow. And then just, again, we are about to have that artist talk. Thanks for sticking around. This is a great time to ask questions for our artists.
All right, all right. That was really great to kind of just see the ending to that particular piece. If you have time, please stick around for the artist talk because Kartini is going to talk about her work. You ready? I'm ready. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jabari Owens-Bailey. I am a curatorial education program manager here at Museum of Glass, and I have the pleasure of introducing Kartini Thomas. Kartini was selected as part of Museum of Glass' ongoing partnership with Pilchuck Glass School for their summer residency program. So she just finished her artisan residency at Pilchuck, and she's been blessing us with her talents here this week at Museum of Glass. Kartini Thomas is an American ceramicist who uses playfulness to combine sweet monstrosities and peculiar forms. Her atypical sculptural corpus draws inspiration from two sources: her observations under the microscope as a biology student and the pantheon of gods and mythical creatures that swarm in the folkloric imagination of all of the countries that she visits. Protuberances, tentacles, toothed mouths, flowing bubbles give life to ceramic creatures and fragments of fauna and flora of their wonderful habitat. As graduate of France's Applied Art School, there is a much longer French name that I can't pronounce, that she assured me was okay, that's located in Paris. Kartini Thomas works in the Occitania region of southern France. She's a member of the Royal Society of Sculptors in the United Kingdom and the Atelier of Artists in France. She's received several grants and awards, including the Homo Faber Next Gen Fellowship as a Master Artisan. as well as the European Contemporary Ceramic Award in 2021, and the Australian 20 Best Artist Awards in 2020. Her work has been featured in numerous craft and design fairs in the United States, France, England, and Australia. So, without further ado, Kartini Thomas is going to regale us with all of the information about her work. Thank you very much.
Hi there. Thank you for coming. So I'd like to tell you a bit about my work today. I'm going to start by talking about the path I took until we got here. And I guess the game for you could be to try and see how all of these experiences have influenced what I'm doing today. So I'm an American ceramic sculptor. I'm based in France, and I make monsters. So let's see. Start from the beginning. So I grew up in Australia and New Zealand, where there are lots of amazing creatures, but also incredible mythology, lots of stories. So on the left here, we can see the taniwha, which is a sea creature in New Zealand. You have to be very careful when you're swimming in the ocean over there. We had, in Australia, creatures that, how did that come about? I don't know. Who can explain it? Both of my parents are anthropologists, and so we spent a lot of time traveling around Southeast Asia. Even apart from the incredible cultures that we visited, there was a great TV show called The Monkey King Voyage to the West that I grew up with, which featured a lot of amazing gods, goddesses, and demons. And the main character was the Monkey King, a very mischievous but very talented monkey who accompanies a monk to get the scriptures in India on a pilgrimage. There was also the Ramayana, the Hindu story of Rama and Sita, who also had a monkey called Hanuman, who was one of their kind of best warriors, and who also meets a whole lot of interesting gods, goddesses, and demons. And then also in the Philippines, a story that really marked my childhood was the story of Lilit Bulilit, who is a spirit who likes to eat unborn children. So these are all my influences growing up, traveling around, doing fieldwork with my parents. Later on, I was a bit bigger. I went to school in Reed College in Portland, Oregon. I studied biology. After that, I went on to work in the Philippines, in West Africa, in public health, looking at a lot of parasites and interesting things under the microscope. After that, I decided to go to art school. So I went to Paris, to the École Nationale des Arts Décoratifs. And I like to contrast these two buildings because we often see Europe as being a very old world place, whereas Reed College looks much older than the school that I went to in Paris, which was designed by Philippe Starck. I didn't learn ceramics at the Applied Arts School. I actually really learned it going and working in workshops and doing classes with ceramic masters, mistresses, can we say? And so these two women, Gisèle Buteau-Garçon and Marianne Castelli, really taught me the important basis for what I do today. Gisèle makes big sculptures. She taught me how to go big. And Marianne taught me how to be really playful with color. So I'm very thankful to these two women for teaching me really what I love to do today. And right now I have one foot in the contemporary art world and one foot in the craft world, and I really love having my feet in these different worlds. I'm a member of the Royal Society of Sculptors and of Atelier d'Art de France. So Royal Society of Sculptors is sculpture, contemporary art, and Atelier d'Art de France is craft. And they're both really supportive organizations. I really love being a part of them because there are so many talented people. There's a lot of idea sharing, lots of support, fantastic exhibitions that are planned. So I really can't say enough about the need for artists and artisans to become part of organizations and to surround themselves with other good people. And then I'm in the home of Faber Guide, which is managed by the Michelangelo Foundation in Switzerland. And so that's another organization bringing craftspeople together all over the world. They just extended to the United States now. So you can look on their online guide, and if you're traveling around, go and do some craft tourism and visit workshops, do some classes with real people. Okay, so this is where I work. I'm in France. I have 2 different workshops. The first one is in an oyster cabin on an island on the Atlantic coast of France, so kind of halfway down the Atlantic coast. It gets pretty cold in the winter, but it's a very charming spot. I'm part of a community of 30 other cabins that have been converted into artist studios. So if you're ever in that part of the world, it's a fantastic place to visit. We have all kinds of creative people in the port. My second workshop is in a medieval castle, 5 hours inland. So it's a building that was built in 1402, and it's got all kinds of crazy, crazy rooms in it. So the oyster cabin is in a beautiful place, lots of artists around. The light is incredible, which is really nice for artists. And the castle is haunted and has lots of amazing features, like a dinosaur footprint in the stairs that's about this big. So it looks like the dinosaur walked up the old stone staircase and never came down again. I mostly work alone, but I really love having people who are willing to come all the way out to see me. I've hosted apprentices, interns, helpers from all over the world who come work with me in my little workshop. They're mostly people who have a lot of experience in ceramics. Some of them have a master's degree in ceramics, so they really come and teach me a lot. It's a real collaborative process, and they also help me with my playlist, so I'm not listening to the same songs all the time. Okay, these are my main inspirations. Okay, I love toys and I love monsters, and of course I have this background in microbiology where I was looking at all kinds of crazy landscapes under the microscope. So these are really the 3 things that I can say influence my work a lot. I collect these kaiju toys. They're vinyl Japanese monsters. And the thing that I love about them is the texture, the colors, but also the stories behind them, as we will see. I also collect modular toys, so if you see me in a garage sale or a junk sale, that's where I'll be looking. So, why monsters? Monsters are so interesting to me. Apart from my childhood growing up and watching all these crazy monster TV shows and experiencing other cultures, the thing that really fascinates me about monsters is they talk about us. Monsters, when we're playing or creating or looking at monsters, they talk about human identity, the things that we love, the things that we fear, what we destroy and create. They talk a lot about who we want to be, who we could be if we weren't so constrained by the categories of human society. And there are all kinds of monsters, obviously, the ones that we imagine, the real ones that exist in nature, and the ones that we create as terrible human beings. So a lot to think about, and I think it's a really rich terrain for exploration. And they're also really fun. I love drawing. I've always drawn monsters, and this is one of my silkscreen prints, so I also have a silkscreen practice where I make little drawings and then print them in really vibrant, fluorescent, and metallic inks, colors that I can't always get in ceramic glazes. This is some of my inspiration from other sculptors, so it's not necessarily just in ceramics. What I'm attracted to in other sculptures' work is vibrant color, kind of a juiciness, a blobbiness, a gloppiness, and things that are abstract but could suggest human life, suggest sentient life. So what kinds of things do we need visually to imagine that there is a living creature inside that? So these are just 3 examples of sculptors who have really inspired me. Naoki Koide, who does these really globby, kind of Michelin Man, abstract marshmallow people. Massimo Ludardon, who's an amazing glass artist in Murano, and Nick Cave, who does these sound suits that are just made to be worn and danced in and made of all kinds of materials. Also, what I'm really interested in is how to take matter and stretch it and make it so different that you don't know what it is anymore. So in ceramics, I try to make people forget that it's made out of clay. So I'm putting all kinds of glazes, different colors. You don't know if it's made of plastic or resin or ceramics or glass. And so these are three artists whose work is interesting to me for that reason. Takuro Kuwata, who's just crazy about glazes, and you might think it's made out of marshmallows or icing. I just love his work. Thaddeus Wolff, who's an amazing glass artist who does also all kinds of colors, kind of using molds. And Ron Nagel, a real pioneer in ceramics, who also mixes in a bit of resin sometimes. But you can see kind of the similarity between these three examples. And imagine what I'm trying to do with ceramics, and now maybe in glass. So here, let's get to some of my work today. So if I go back to my three influences, monsters, microbiology, modular toys, in these sculptures we can see the toy influence. I don't know if any of you remember this, this game, Mr. Potato Head. So the idea is you start with a base and you can add all kinds of accessories, and I really have fun making these accessories with different colors, textures, alternating between matte and shiny, really being playful there. So these volcanoes can be taken apart completely and rebuilt in different ways, and we can have a little fun. It's like a very fragile toy. In ceramics, we have a constraint, which is the size of our kiln. I can't build bigger than the inside of my kiln. If I want to go bigger, I have to stack things up or stick them together afterwards. And so what I do is I create separate elements, often with very differing textures and colors and glazes, and then I compose them and try and mix it up as much as I can. So I'm making these monsters like Frankenstein that are kind of modular, and I can change the head and the body. I often work with clients who say, oh, I would like a yellow head with a blue body, or we try and build a piece together in a very playful way. Some of these are fountains. I really enjoy making fountains because the water flowing over the piece really brings another dimension to the glazes and has a time-based element. It changes over time. Here are some space rabbits. I like little sharp pointy teeth. I don't know why. They're just fun. I mean, it contrasts with the candy colors of the sculptures maybe to soften the monstrous side of it and make it more playful. So you can see these are also stacked. They're quite modular. Each piece has a very different surface treatment. So you have some that are very shiny. I've got glazes that are bubbly, like the surface of the moon, some that are gloopy. I really like to mix it up. And then we have the lusters, like gold and pearly lusters that we can put on in the last firing of the piece. So these ones are maybe a little more biological. The one on the very left, I call it the Golgi baby. I don't know if you remember the Golgi apparatus from biology class, but I like to go back to the funny words that we used to learn in biology class and name my monsters that way. So here the question for me is, what do you need visually to suggest that there's a life in there? You know, often we use radial symmetry, so a piece that's the same on the left and the right side to suggest a face. We might see eyes, a mouth, a nose. And then there's also radial symmetry, like we see in starfish, that we can use to suggest that this piece was made as part of natural processes. These are some smaller pieces that I make out of porcelain. They're called space monkeys. They're also stackable. I like to really play with putting different colors and textures together. And if you remember from the beginning of my talk, I came across two monkeys, two mythological monkeys in my childhood. And so those mischievous, magical monkeys really left a trace with me. And so I like to do monkeys now, monkeys and space rabbits. 2 years ago, I did a residency in China and came back with a real desire to think about surface decoration. And because I'd been doing a lot of drawing and silk screening, I wanted to combine sculpture and drawing. So these were some of the pieces that came out of that residency. And of course, the cobalt glaze is kind of an international thing. There are so many cultures that use this blue glaze. We have Delftware in the Netherlands, in Turkey, in Iznik. We have the tiles in Portugal, China, Japan, Korea. Everyone uses this glaze and slightly differently. So I wanted to put my interpretation on this very traditional recipe and traditional techniques. So these pieces are kind of sculptures with drawings all over them, and then of course the modular elements, so we can stack them up differently. We can change their little faces by changing the eyes and mouths around. My most recent show was really exciting because I got to make huge pieces for a garden. The ceramics that I'm using are fired at a very high temperature, and so they can stay outside. They can resist heat and cold. As long as water doesn't collect in them, they can stay there over the winter. And so these were for the House of Latin America in Paris for the first edition of the Ceramic Art Fair, which was a really exciting kind of first fair dedicated to contemporary ceramics in France. So we're catching up with the States. And most recently, I want to talk a little bit about this wonderful residency that I did at Pilchuck Glass School in Stanwood, Washington, and then here. It's been just incredible discovering glass. I had never worked with this material before. I have to say I'm addicted. The transparency, the juiciness, the way it just takes on the light really makes me want to keep working with this material. And the teams here and at Pilchuck are incredible. Very lucky to have this kind of thing in this corner of the world. So thanks very much to these two institutions for inviting me. And next, I'll be going off to Japan, to the Shigaraki Ceramic Cultural Park to do a 3-month residency with ceramics, so making very big pieces. They have kilns the size of my house, so we'll see how big we can get there. And of course, I would like to keep working with glass in any way possible. So there we go, that's the story. I'll open up the floor to questions. Is that long enough?
Question is, both ceramics and glass have a history of being used for utilitarian objects like glasses, cups, pots. How do you think that relates to what you do, the fact that you're making these fantastic mythological creatures instead of this utilitarian thing that both of these materials are?
Okay, so the question was about glass and ceramics being used in over history for useful things. I mean, bowls, plates, cups, goblets, and how does this relate to the work that I do? Well, it might seem like not very much. I don't make anything useful, except in a kind of joyful, aesthetic way. But the forms that I use are recipients. They're the same as the forms that I make, and the forms that we've been making here in the workshop are all based on the same bowl, cup, plate kind of thing. And we've used some molds to add a bit of texture to it, but otherwise it's all these traditional techniques. We start off with the same shapes and we just go crazy. So the question is, how did I prepare before coming here? I couldn't really, because I didn't know anything about glass. I tried looking at all the glass artists I possibly could online to see what kinds of things were possible. But the thing is, in my workshop in France, I work alone mostly, and so I don't have to communicate what's in my head to a team to make stuff. And glass is so collaborative. You can't do this alone. And so it's been really amazing for me to have to communicate, to learn how to communicate with the hotshot team. I did a lot of sketches before arriving. I've been making these little plasticine models to try and communicate better than in a 2D drawing. So this is this piece over here. And that was really useful for me to rethink the shapes that I wanted to make. And this is a practice that I'm going to bring back to my own studio to communicate to myself about what I want to do. Yeah, it's like modeling clay, but you don't cook it afterwards. It stays mushy. Yeah. Yes?
Yeah, I just gave you a screen and you touched on this before, but how is it different working with ceramics versus glass? Is one of them harder? Which one do you prefer more?
Okay. So the difference between ceramics and glass, that's a really great question. I'd say the first thing that comes to mind in ceramics is I can start making a piece, cover it up, come back to it later. I can come back to it in a week if I want, as long as it stays humid. Whereas glass in the hot shop here, it's very immediate. You've just got to make these split-second decisions. Things go on hot. We can cold work it a little bit afterwards, but really the biggest part of all the decision-making is right now. I guess, well, with glass, there are many different techniques. When we're working in the hot shop, we have to think in terms of cylindrical or bowl-shaped bases for our sculptures. At least that's what I understood. The team can correct me if I'm wrong. So it's just a whole other way of thinking about volumes, like geometry. If you want to make a complex shape, how do you put it together using the techniques available? In ceramics, I do all hand building, very little mold making. So I use coil building, or sausages, to build my shapes up. And so everything I make is made in the palm of my hand. Whereas here, we don't touch the material. So everything is at the end of a metal tool. I guess that would be a big difference as well. But I can't say I prefer. I mean, I don't prefer either. I think the glass is fascinating for me because of this teamwork, because of the immediacy of the decisions, and then the material is so different. It's the light, the transparency. So I think an artist just has to choose the material based on the effect that they want to have in the end. I guess because I know ceramics better, I can imagine more shapes that I maybe would have more flexibility personally with that material, but I'm just starting with glass, so we'll see. Any other questions? Yes. So another ceramicist in the audience wants to know, have I thought about how to combine ceramics and glass in the future? As far as I understand, the tricky part is that they have different coefficients. So ceramics, for example, through drying and firing can shrink about 15% for high fire. Glass moves much less. So pieces that I've seen where we combine glass and ceramics, often the glass will crack because the ceramic is moving a lot more. So I think it might have to be maybe more in modular terms, like make the pieces separately, or make the ceramic piece, blow the glass over it. The glass would have to come second, maybe, but something to explore, definitely. This week we made, so this piece, which is waiting for the hat that you saw come out today, and then we have two of these boxing butt pairs who are going to be facing off in a little duel. All right, and then we have another piece similar to the blue head there that's in the annealer as well. So we'll have another little clown face.
So I'm looking at this piece now with Zoom. So I see all those lines. And so is it made with foam?
No, these crisscrossing lines were made using canes. The team would explain this much better, but we use these canes that we catch up over the bubble, and then they pull them and twist them to make the crisscrossing shapes. So this is just glass pulled really thin. And it's an effect that I really wanted to play with. I had seen this in other glassblowers' work, and I loved the dizzying effect. I love how it's quite hypnotic when you superpose them. Yeah. Okay, have I got any dream pieces, modular pieces that I haven't figured out how to make yet? That's a great question. I guess all of my modular pieces are quite fragile, so what I really want to work on is the connections so that we can really play with them. I want my sculptures to be interactive, to be playful. I want people to be able to touch them, so it's really just working on the technology of how I add all the little pieces so that even children can come and play around with them. Yeah. And getting bigger, probably. I just need a bigger kiln. Yes.
Has there ever been any pieces that are, I guess, more directly related to the mythology or the microscopic biological forms, or are they just jumping off points that then take you into the work?
So do I have any pieces that are directly related to the mythologies or the microscopic forms that I've seen? I would say the monkeys are the closest thing to the mythological creatures I've encountered. I really love playing with monkeys. Somebody told me I kind of have twinkly eyes like the monkeys that I make. I love their little faces, and I love the kind of magical mischievousness that they evoke. As for the microbiology, that's more in the glazes that I use, in the surfaces, the microscopic landscapes that I want to create with glazes. And ceramic glazes are amazing for that. So many textures and colors and gloopiness, bubbliness, all the things that we can see under the microscope. It's really fun to play with. The question is about my glazing technique. How do I get that matte, soft texture on some of my sculptures? It's actually not glaze. It's colored porcelain, liquid porcelain that I project onto the surface so that it's just clay. So it stays matte, but it's colorful. And it makes this very powdery kind of surface. So it looks like it has color, it has nice deep color, but it's not shiny like a glaze. There's no silica in it. Yes?
The first part, I understand that you already demonstrated how you do this stuff. Can you give more demonstrations how you do it, or we missed it?
We have a couple more pieces to finish this afternoon. There'll be a little bit more in the hot shop. So if you want to stick around, definitely. We'll be back in an hour after eating lunch. So.
Yeah. Okay. Is that everybody?
Okay. Well, yeah. Thank you so much for coming and all of these wonderful questions. Thank you.